These videos are for educational purposes only. I'm not selling anything or promoting the sale of vape products on this channel. You must be of legal vaping age 18 to 21, depending on where you are in the world, to view this video. Sit back, relax, and I hope you enjoy the content.
How we doing, guys? Thanks for joining episode 44 of the Retro Build & Chill. Thanks for joining, guys. I appreciate you all. Wow, feels like I've been away for ages. I know I had a week off last week, but yeah, feels like ages, guys. Thanks for joining. Thanks for joining. Phrasing. Thanks for joining, my brother. So quite a few people in here tonight, so I appreciate you all. I'll try and go through all of them and say hello to you. I don't know if I like this bloody chat box. No. Alright, guys, let me just see if I can just change this chat box. Seems to have just changed itself for some reason. There we are. That's better. That's better. Thanks, guys. Thanks for joining. Thanks for joining. Got quite a few people in tonight, so I appreciate you all. Veering off because I'm looking at various screens. Don't know if you like this sort of angle that I've got going at the moment. Slightly higher, dipping down rather than straight in front of me. I don't know. How does my hair look? Does it look good? Right, guys, so let's have a look here, see if we can have a look. So Alexander Vapes, thanks for joining, my brother. Andy C, Godfather, thanks for joining, my brother. Appreciate it. Big Gem, thanks for joining. Dion, appreciate you, brother. Thanks for joining. Hungry Hippo, thanks for joining, my brother. Johnny D, thanks for joining, my brother. Appreciate it. Mickey 3D, thanks for joining as well, my brother. Phrasing as well, thanks for joining. I appreciate you. A couple of people I might have missed. Skint Vapor, thanks for joining, guys. Yeah, quite a few in today. If you haven't said hello, just give me a shout and I'll give you a shout out if I've missed you. Right, okay. So, Jay Flamper. Oh, I'm completely butchering your name there. Is it JF Lapami? I apologize if I am completely butchering your name. I apologize. So yeah, apologize if I'm butchering your name there. I really do apologize. I'll just call you JF for short, my brother. So yeah, thanks for joining. How's everybody's week been? What are you vaping on? Been a busy week, and again today has just completely run away with me. It's like I've been behind on everything. Everything's not seems to be, you know, going right or taking twice as long and stuff like that. Yeah, it's just been absolutely horrendous today. Forgot half the stuff that I was doing and then remembered at the last minute and thinking, oh yeah, I've got to do that and I've got to do that and I've got to do that. So everything's been sort of like a bit slapdash today. But yeah, hope everybody is good. Aussie Cook, thanks for joining, my brother. Appreciate you. Mr. Intense, thanks for joining, my brother. I appreciate you. I'm sure you're going to be doing your rounds as well. So appreciate you. Big shout out to you. Johnny D, you've got your M30 ready with some nom-noms. Okay. Cosmic Blue, that's good. Alex, you are vaping on, where are we? Vaping on the Juggernaut V2. And the Shurit box mod. Nice. Is that the one that you posted in the group, that black one, Alex? Because that one looked absolutely bloody sick, that one. Where are we? So I was going to sort of like wait for people to jump in. I will jump in a bit more. Yeah, so I have actually got a picture of that, which I will show a bit later. I normally do sort of show them at the beginning or in the middle, but I will show some pictures from the Faz's Coil group later. But we will get started because I'm going to attempt to build today that I've never done and I haven't practiced. But one of my customers or one of my followers as well on social media, Dan, aka Sharpshooter, brought my attention to it. So we'll talk about it a bit before I get started on it. But yeah. Franco Path, thanks for joining, my brother. Right, okay. That's good because it looks like I've completely flipping butchered that, whatever it was thing. But thanks, Franco. Appreciate it. Big Gem, you're on your poor man's nachos, lol. But I'm vaping on the Parsons, okay, and the Broomhills MTL. Retro Orange, wow. Mickey D is on a little mech today. Kennedy Ruby and Unicorn Frappo. That sounds nice. That sounds absolutely nice. So yeah. So yeah, quite a few in tonight, so I appreciate it. So anyway, I've only got a few devices going. I'm vaping on one particular juice. I think I've got everybody. If I haven't said hello to you, just shout out in the comments and I will give you a shout out and a hello if I have missed you. But if you're lurking, that's cool as well. Andy C, you're on your sidekick with some Legion LX cheesecake and lemon zest. Sounds good. Sorry, sidekick and Asgard. That sounds good. Hopefully I might have an Asgard coming from somebody who's sending it to me. Phrasing. RTA 4V on the Raiden. Since you can't build anything one-handed. Right, okay, not a problem. So, wow. Yeah. So, anyway, like I was saying, I'm using exactly the same juice in both setups. So, let me get this all legal for YouTube because they don't like us, do they? So, on the Pulse AIO, come on, Henry. So I'm on the Pulse AIO Mini. I've got Mob Mini Clone Bridge or the SXK Mob Mini in there. I've got some of my RDL stags in there, and in that I am vaping on this Lobotomy from Dark Star. Just I think I made that a week or two ago, and obviously it's me and my wife that's using it. But yeah, that's gone down pretty quick. It's just been nice with the weather. That's what I've got in there. To be fair, I'm not happy with the way I built that. I built it wrong. So flavor's all right, but it's not banging. So, and then I'm also riding the Bonza still. I think this is the longest time I've run a mech still patinaed. So yeah, normally it annoys me and I end up polishing it up again. But yeah, the Bonza Pro mech with the OG turnstone on there, 30mm, and I'm still rocking those 4-core stags in this, and same juice as well, and it's hitting nice. This is gorgeous, this. And yeah, flavor's good. It's absolutely banging in that. Same juice as well. It's on its second wick, 'cause I did re-wick it yesterday or the day before, but same coils. I haven't changed it on that. And it's just been right refreshing. I mean, it's it's been sort of different for me this year. What am I missing? What am I missing? So, Mr. Intense, you're vaping on the plethora. Have I said that right, my brother? Of high-end Chinese devices. Phrasing, yeah, I've got that. Got that. Got that. Phrasing, no, I'm not getting arcing on my copper Bonza, no. I know you're having the same problem as well, aren't you, with that, Alex, where it's arcing on the stainless steel? Or is the black one that you've got, Alex, is it stainless steel on the inside? I can't remember which one you've got. But yeah, no, I'm not getting no arcing on mine whatsoever. I haven't noticed any arcing, especially because I have been checking. Because obviously, if you're in the Faz's Coil WhatsApp group, we chat and everything, and obviously Alex has mentioned that his stainless steel one is arcing. So I do keep checking mine. I keep taking the sidebar off and checking. But no, I'm not getting no arcing on my Bonza Pro. And that's just kicking ass, that. Let me get rid of that. So yeah, that's what I'm vaping on today, guys. Black one is brass. Right. So you've got arcing on the black and pink one. So right. So sorry, phrasing. Alex has got the on the black and pink one is it? Isn't the black and pink one brass? Yeah, so you've got it on the brass one, which is the black and pink one. So yeah, on the, I'm sure the black and pink one is brass. So that's stainless steel and brass so far, but no, I haven't noticed any arcing, guys, on mine. So far, so good. Can't complain, can't complain. Oh, wow. It's a good mech. I mean, like I say, some people have had some problems. I did have some problems to begin with, which I was educated on, which is fine now. But yeah, it's a few people have said arcing. One other person has said arcing apart from Alex, and I can't remember now because obviously I interact with loads of people and I forget half the shit that I'm doing. But yeah, I haven't had no arcing. Right, what am I drinking on? So today I've got one of these. It's the only drink that I've got. I've been that busy with coil orders and stuff. I haven't even had a chance to go out and get some drinks. But I did have this one for a couple of weeks back. Orange Creamsicle by Vault City, 4.8%. Ice Lolly Sour Beer. Bit like an orange Solero with a nice sour note in there. So it's nice and cold. It's been in the fridge. Glass has been in the freezer as well. Nothing special, just the glass that I use, basically. Let's go in for the pour, guys. So nice and orange. And it does taste more like a fresh orange than it does like a candy or a sweet orange, like a sweetie orange. But yeah, nice colour on there. Nice and dark. Hippo, yeah, Hippo Coils, yeah. It may be, it might be. It might actually be that one, phrasing, yeah. It's a bit better now, yeah. Like I say, with the arcing, yeah, that's the tip that I gave Alex, is to just, with the right nice fine bit of sandpaper, just sand the art marks off. This is how you pour a beer, Mr. Intense. Thank you very much, sir. Right, cheers, guys. Hope you've got something nice, whether it's a soft drink or an alcoholic drink. Cheers to the hashtag replay crew. Cheers. So, I'm going to have a taste of it first. I know what it tastes like. And like I say, it's more of a ripe, fresh orange sort of taste, and then that nice ice creamy taste. Like I say, like an orange Solero, basically. And it's got nice sour notes right on the aftertaste, which is nice. So you get the nice pungent orange taste, and then the creamy notes come in, and then it gives you a nice sour aftertaste after it. So I think it'll go nice with lobotomy. If you don't know what lobotomy is, it's basically a lemon sherbet juice. Where are we? Oh, that sounds good, Johnny D. Wow. That's going to be toasty. Big Jem, you're having a dig at Simon. I won't go that far if you're talking about me, Alex, a connoisseur of ball thingy. Thanks for, like I say, it hasn't bothered me, the patina on it. Normally, I don't like it, and I end up polishing it up because I like it nice and shiny. But yeah, it hasn't bothered me. I've been having this on the go for quite some time now. So anyway, let's do a bit of pairing. Wow, yeah. That definitely goes together. It's a bit just like an orangey lemony Solero, to be fair. Very nice. And the sour notes, I do like a sour on my flavoured stouts. If you've been following me long enough, you know that's what I like to drink. Right, guys, that is the drink sorted. And always when I blow vapor out my nose, I need to blow my nose. So, yeah, I'm going to just mute my mic, guys, because nobody wants to hear me blow my nose. And there we are. That is true. I do use a polishing jig phrasing. I use the Mod Maker polishing jig. It makes light work, especially with mechs and stuff. Just stick it on there, boom, you're done in seconds. Right. So, guys, like I say, Dan, aka Sharpshooter, one of my customers that buys coils off me and returning customer, he gets hold of me maybe last week or a week and a half to maybe 2 weeks ago, and he says, how do you feel about this coil that I've just seen posted? And I'm looking at it and I'm thinking, yeah, it can be done. I do like a challenge. Obviously, he knows I like a challenge, so he says, I've got a bit of a challenge for you. Can you do this coil? And I says, I probably can, if I know the specs and everything and maybe learn it and practice it a bit. Maybe, yeah, I can do it. But like I say, I've been able to sort of get the specs or roundabout near the specs. There's different variants, hence why I'm going to show you some pictures and give some people some shout outs, the people that posted them. There's different variants, and then I'll tell you what variant that I'm going to do, because it's very intricate and very it can be thingy for somebody who can't see with eyes, hence why I use magnifiers. So I'm not going to do the wire variant. I'm going to do a slightly thicker wire variant of it. But yeah, I don't know what it's called. There's different names for it, so I don't want to put a name to it. But yeah, let's go from here. So, this first, so you probably will have seen it if you're on Instagram and stuff. You probably would have seen it, and you probably already followed this person as well. But yeah, the first picture is this one. So this is, or the way I got this from is Coil Droid off Instagram. So if you don't follow Coil Droid, go give him a follow, which is this one right here. Looks absolutely gorgeous, and the colors on it is absolutely amazing. So like I say, a week or two ago, he got a hold of me and said, would you be able to make this coil? And I was like, I could if I knew the specs. I could have a try of it. Beautiful, beautiful coil. So this particular one is from Coil Droid off Instagram. So shout out to him. So that, oh, hang on a minute, I'm jumping the gun. So what I know about this particular variant from Coil Droid is it's 12 ply ribbon in the center with a staggered fuse on those 6 pieces of ribbon wire. Oh, should I say, no. Is it 6? Hang on a minute. No, it isn't 6 pieces of ribbon wire. It's 12 pieces of ribbon wire. So 6 pieces bent in half and stacked. Snowman, thanks for joining, my brother. And like I say, it's 6 pieces are folded in half, so it's a 12 ply in the center, and then it's staggered fused all together, the first bit. Then it's then framed by more ribbon wire, another 6 pieces, 3 on each side, framing that, and then obviously fused together with a wrap wire on the outside, going in the grooves of the middle staggered staple. So it's basically a staple coil, stable Clapton coil. Dead Node, thanks for joining, my brother. I appreciate you. Thanks for joining. So yeah, that's what I know about this variant of coil. So I hope that hasn't confused you in any way. So I apologize. If you know coils, you know coils. So that's from Coil Droid off Instagram. So, and then like I say, this was a week and a half, 2 weeks ago is when AK Sharpshooter said, can you make this coil? So the second one that I've seen, which was probably the weekend last week, which is this variant here. Now, if you're on Coil Wars Facebook group on Facebook, you probably have seen this. Now, the person that posted this particular coil, or what I saw, was Kyle Laurenti. I hope I'm not butchering your second name, my brother, or Laurent or Laurenti. He did this variant. So same thing again. It's a 12 stack of ribbon wire with a staggered fuse. Only this variant, it's framed with 27 gauge frame instead of ribbon wire on the outside, and then fused together going in between those staggered of the inside coil. Not a problem, my brother Dead Node. I appreciate you as always. So this is another variant. So this one is same core, 12 pieces of ribbon wire with a staggered fuse, and then that's framed with round wire, 27 gauge on each side, and then fused together. And then obviously with me, let me just get that off. So obviously with me working and stuff and actually making coils and making up orders, I tend to have, you know, coil building things on YouTube in the background. And past couple of days, I happen to be just having Nick Divine. So if you don't know Nick Divine, go give him a follow as well. He doesn't do videos now, but he's got some nice coil tutorial videos on there. I still watch him today, and happened to come across a variant of this coil as well that he did. So Nick Divine 83 or N.Divine 83 YouTube, go give him a follow. Yes, we can. Yes, we can, Mr. Intense. So, like I say, that one was Kyle, and then the next one is from Nick Divine, and it was happened that I clocked the coil that I was doing. Now, on his video, he calls it a Super Staggerton, which is this variant that I'm going to show you. It's not the greatest picture because I just took a snap off his video, but yeah, I'll basically tell you the variant of this. So this is a picture taken off Nick Divine's, and this is a slightly different, same sort of concept, but I believe he used a 6 stack in the center. So six ply, staggered fuse that, then framed it with another 3 pieces of ribbon wire. The frames of that was a mixture of Kenthal and NI80 in that, and then he staggered fused that, so missed out a middle fuse. So he missed a stagger, then did one, miss one, did one, miss one with that. Then with this one, he framed it with round wire on the outside. Fused it all together, obviously, with the spacing that was left in the center to fuse the round wire frames on the outside of that. But he calls that the Super Staggerton, is what he calls that. So, yeah. So, the variant that I'm going to do, come on. So, the variant that I'm going to do is basically the one that's similar to this. Now, just looking at it, it looks like there's more frames on the outside, just for a look. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So maybe 5 pieces of ribbon each side is what I'm getting from that. But I'm doing basically that coil, but a different variant and a different amount of wires. So, Johnny D, a staggered section? Is that what you call it? So, Johnny D, you probably know the name of that. So, yeah, that's what I'm going to attempt. So, the way I'm going to attempt it is I'm going to be using 0.3 ribbon, which I will fuse together. So the way I have to do this is, it's not like a round wire where I can put a spacing wire in it and stagger fuse it. I've got to parafuse it. So I've got to parafuse it. So this build, there is waste of wire. There's no other way of doing it other than having to waste wire, because unless it's just a single round wire, you can't have a little piece of spacing wire to do the stagger. So I need to parafuse that, which is what I'm going to do with 38 gauge. Once I've parafused that, so basically making a staple Clapton, I will remove one of those wires to create that stagger in that first center section. So once I've done that, then I'll use the same ribbon wire again, 0.3 ribbon wire, and I'll frame that with another 3 pieces folded in half. So there'll be 3 pieces on each side of that staggered staple Clapton, and then I will fuse it together all together with 38 altogether. Now, because there's waste as well with this coil, and I haven't practiced it or anything, I am only going to be doing enough for a single coil. I don't want to do a dual coil and end up messing it up and wasting a whole lot of wire. So normally I would show you what I'm going to be building on, but until I've actually done the coil and see how big it is, will depend on what it goes on. So that's that. So I hope I haven't confused you all, and I hope you're all with it and basically understand what I'm saying. But basically, I'm going to be doing basically a smaller variant of this, slightly smaller variant of this. So if you've seen my posts that I did on my story and reel on Facebook and Instagram today, you know I said this, I haven't practiced it in any way. So this is the first time that I'm doing it. So it's either going to go great or tits up or whatever. So you're here along with the ride. It's new to you, just like it is for me. But again, I like a challenge, so I'm going to attempt it. And I think it might be a bit fun as well. And like I say, if I make a fool of myself, it's even funnier as well. But we don't always get it right. So I will be using my normal stuff that I will be using. But what I'm going to do is I'm going to do a bit of preparation first, i.e. my ribbon wire and getting my wire ready to parafuse as well. Before I start setting up my drill, because I normally set up my drill and everything and have my swivels ready, but I want plenty of room to obviously do my ribbon wire and then obviously stretch a couple of long pieces to parafuse. So am I, Alex. I'm curious as well to see how it goes as well. So hopefully it'll go well. If not, it doesn't always work out, the first time. It's always thingy, like I say, with building, you just got to take it as it is with building. Sometimes you get it right, sometimes you don't. Even for us that have been making coils for ages, we still get it wrong. So, yeah. Just making sure. Thanks, Dad. No, I appreciate it, my brother. So, I'm going to get you swiveled up and get you in a position where you can see what I'm doing much better than what I'm doing where I've got it. And I'll try and show you as much as I can as I'm doing it. And when I need to get you in close and stuff like that, I will get you in close. So, where are we? 28 gauge. So 28 gauge ribbon wire and 38. So the wire that I use is from Stealth Vape, Nichrome 80. So I'm using a 0.3 ribbon wire, which is sort of like the equivalent of the thickness of 28 gauge wire, which is what I'm going to be using there. And then with that, I'm going to be wrapping with 38 gauge NI80 from the same company as well. So because I want to do a 12 ply staggered fused staple with this. Appreciate that, Alex. I'm going to need 6 pieces of ribbon that I will end up folding in half to create that 12 stack. So I want plenty of wire as well. I like to have extra wire and not need it than have wire that I need that I don't have, basically. So I will get you in close so you can sort of see what I'm doing. Like that. There we are. So I will need some pliers and some scissors. Tend to use scissors when I'm dealing with ribbon wire. It just gives you a nice cleaner cut than some pliers do. So yeah, let's go from there. So like I say, good to be back, guys. It feels like ages since I've last been on live. And I know it's been 2 weeks, but it feels a lot longer than that. So let me get my binoculars on. Getting old now and I'm getting blind. And this will just help as well. So ribbon wire is what I'm going to be using, 0.3. So I always get rid of the bendy bit at the end just here, like that. So I'm just going to quickly snip that off. So 6 pieces, I want plenty of wire. So I want round about roughly about 10 or 11 centimeter piece. to be on the safe side, and then from there I will decide what I'm doing, what I'm going to be vaping it on, what I'm going to be putting it on, and so forth. So all I'm going to do is I'm going to get 6 pieces of ribbon wire. So like I say, I want roughly 25 centimeters of each. Now I know normally I say don't pull your ribbon wire or stretch it on here, but I have seen a couple of people do it, so I'm going to give it a try. Where are we? Try not to twist this wire here because I've pulled it out of my hands. So again, I'm just going to have a quick measure, make sure I've got enough wire there, and then I am going to give it just a little tug like that. Better ribbon wire as well will come off the spool a lot better. But like I say, I've seen a couple of people just pull it on the thing. I tend not to because I don't want to mar up my wire. But we'll see how we go. And it just saves me as well having to mess about, getting 2 pieces and pull it and whatnot and all that. But we'll see how it goes. So 25 again, roughly. Give it a little pull that I'm not holding on tight enough. So I apologize. So just check again, roughly, yeah. Sorry if I'm missing any comments or anything. Just while I'm doing this here. So again, roughly, I want about 25 centimeters, which is just under 10 inches. So you might want to just do 10 inches maybe. Let's cut that off there. No, Alex, no, it isn't, to be fair. No. It's not hard to do SSFC for a series build. Not at all. Not at all, my brother. So that's 2 pieces. And I've gone a bit sweaty as well. So I'm trying not to. I'm trying to also not. So that's 3. Try and pick up the pace a bit here, guys. And with ribbon wire as well, even with your stretching, you don't want to be tugging at it a whole lot. You just want a slight resistance and a slight giveaway. So 1, 2, 3, 4. So again, about 25 centimeters. And trying to give it a pull. And it's not working. So again, try again. Just a little tug. That's all you need. Not like you would do round wire or anything. It's just a slight tug. So I'll get these out and cut. There. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Make sure I've got the right amount. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. And another one makes 6, which is what I need. And again, I'm just going to give it a little tug. Yeah, that seems to work. So all those times I've been making it hard for myself on previous live streams, didn't have to. I was just more worried about messing up the ribbon wire that's on the spool, but no, that seems to be working. So that's my 6 pieces to begin with. Let me get my fan going. I'm just making sure. So now where did I put my remote for my fan, which is there. Making sure. Yeah, I need it, guys. I really, really do need it. Like I say, Alex, you can ask me in the group if you're interested in some series staggereds. That's not a problem. I can make them. I use them as well myself in series builds as well. It just depends what variant you would like of it. So now that I've got those 6 pieces of ribbon wire, and I've made it easier for myself as well because I stretched it. So again, just let me move that. So the reason why I'm putting them here is because I want to get them stacked. The thing with ribbon wire as well, the more ribbon wire that you have, for me, it's much easier to stack because there's obviously more wire there. It's a lot easier to stack. The less wire you've got, it's a bit more fiddly. But yeah, let's get these stacked. So I've just got this here, which is just a sponge and a Lucasade tip that's got just base mix, plain old base mix in there. You can use spit. I don't use spit, whether it's for coils that I'm selling or even for my own use. Water doesn't work for me either, hence why I use just normal base mix, because it's slightly sticky, so it keeps them all together as well. My gynecologist glasses, yeah. Right, so you probably will be able to see. So what I'm just going to do is I'm just going to make them all sort of level to begin with. That's all I'm going to be doing. Hopefully my head isn't in the way. So I'm just going to get them all. And like I say, this can be fiddly to begin with until you get them all stacked. I mean, just there, they stacked up straight away. Like I say, the more ribbon you've got, the much easier it will stack. So let me just change that camera to that. So I haven't moved it in any way. But yeah, as you can see there, if I can get you a side view rather than a top view, there, they stacked up pretty easy and pretty quick straight away. So like it much more. If I wasn't doing videos, it probably would be easier just for normal use. But for doing it, I don't know. So all I'm doing here is stacking them up, making them all level at one side, running my finger down, keeping it nice and simple. So at this end, I want to make sure everything's stacked and nice, which you can tell straight away if stuff's not stacked properly. You can tell. And you might have to do this a couple of times just to make sure everything's in line and stacked and straight. Preparation for this coil build is important. So take your time, guys. Take your time. There's no rush. And if you have any issues when you're running your fingers down, just give it a little wiggle. You will know in plenty of time. So now that I've got them stacked, at this end I've got loads of little crappy bits on the side, which is what I will cut off just to make it easier. Hence why I do like slightly extra wire. And again, I'm just going to run my finger down, make sure they're all stacked, make sure they're all sitting in place. Nothing's overlapping. You don't want anything to overlap. Like that. So I'm just going to run my finger down to round about the center, dip my finger in this, and then run my finger down a couple of times like that, and it will help to keep it together like that. And then I'm just going to turn around and do the same thing on the opposite side. I'm just going to run my fingers down a couple of times like that. Keeping everything nice and straight. So preparation, like I say, is extremely important with this coil build. So take your time, don't rush. The worst thing you can do is rush and then get it wrong. So now I'm just going to run my finger down very, very carefully to the other end, bend it like that and bring it into the center. So I just want to pull that down a bit. I want to bring this into the center like that, push them together, make sure they're nice and even like that, and then carefully get them closer here at the end like that. It just makes it easier for me like that. And then carefully run your finger up to create a loop, making sure that they're all flat at this end, all stacked correctly. You don't want anything not stacked or uneven or overlapping. So let me do this. So you want it like that, not overlapping or anything. You want it nicely stacked. And then create a nice little loop there, like that. Push them together, making sure everything's nicely stacked right. And just fiddle with it and wriggle as much as you need. I'm going to use some pliers just to help with that loop a bit, just like that. That is perfect. And then I'm just going to run my finger down like that. So you want something that ends up looking like that. Danny, thanks for joining, my brother. Danny Sharpshooter, thanks for joining, my brother. I appreciate you. So here we are. That's what you need, like that. All stacked. Come on, Henry. All stacked like that. Making sure everything's nice and level, which it is. Yeah, it is. Nice and level. So we'll need some binding wire just to bind this end. So let's make sure I'm not... yes, Sharpshooter, I'm doing your build, my brother. The wire loop was just normal base mix VGPG, my brother, that you add to juice. Steve Lane, thanks for joining, my brother. No, it's not just water on a sponge, Steve. It's base mix, VG and PG. Water doesn't seem to work for me, though, for some reason. And I don't use spit, never have. And so I thought try a bit of base mix. 404 Art, Artifice. I hope I haven't butchered your name, my brother. But Stephen, you can if water works for you, use water. That's fine. I just tend to find that base mix just works better for me. So I want to bring those together. I've got a thingy here that's just got scrap wire that I keep from ends of builds and stuff, just so I can use it for wrap. So all I'm going to do here is I'm just going to bind them together, just with wire at this end. So what I'm doing here is I'm just going to bind it with some wire. I want to bring it together and put a few wraps on there. There's not a right way, a wrong way of how many wraps to put on there. Just wrap it to get it bound together. I'm going to use these pliers just to flatten that down, and then I'm just going to do a few more tight wraps like that. So I'm trying to stay in camera as well. So there's a lot of preparation for this, guys, so do bear with me. Boom. Run my finger down it again. So yeah, basically that's what you want it to look like there. All stacked and bound together. So that's 6 pieces of ribbon wire folded in half to get you that 12 ply. So that is one end. So I'm going to run my fingers down. So it's a fairly short piece, so it should all come together nicely. If you have a longer piece and as you're running your finger down you feel a bit of resistance, just give it a little wiggle and it should all fall into place. So I'm just going to have a quick measure of this. Yeah, seems about right. So like that, just trying to make sure I'm not missing any. I appreciate that, Stephen. I appreciate that. Only slightly. So I appreciate you all. Yeah, I appreciate that. Steve-O's a lovely guy. He's an awesome guy. So I appreciate it. Big shout out to Steve-O. So if you don't know Steve-O, he's got his own YouTube channel as well as 404. Oh, can't even talk now. Let me sure I'm getting this right. Where are we? So 404, yeah. Like I said, it's from JMW Liquid as well. So go check him out. He does his live streams. Is it Monday? I believe. Is it Monday? Remind me again about Monday. So appreciate you, Steve-O. If you end up watching the replay, appreciate you. And go give Steve-O a follow as well, his YouTube channel as well. Yeah, Mondays, definitely. So if you're here in the UK, it's about midnight or just after midnight. He goes live. So now that I've got this end bounded up, come on, Henry, bounded up like that. I'm going to do exactly the same with this one. I'm going to bind it with wire and then also hot glue as well. So I'm just going to run my fingers down to the end like that, as far as I'm comfortable with, just like that. What camera angle are you on? So just running my fingers down like that, keeping it nice and taut. And again, I'm just going to grab some wire to bind it with. Doesn't matter which one I grab, as long as I don't pull the whole lot out. So at this end, I will be binding it with wire and hot glue. Oh, is Steve-O in the chat? I appreciate you, Steve-O. If you've just dropped in, I appreciate you, brother. Thanks. Steve-O, thanks for joining, my brother. I appreciate you. Like I say, go give Steve-O a follow, guys. Go give him a follow. Excellent guy. I'm hoping soon as well, when I've got a bit of money behind me with coil sales and stuff, I want to put in an order for some JMW e-liquid. So I'm just, again, this end binding it with some wire, making sure that nothing's overlapping. None of the ribbon wire is overlapping. So what I'll do is I'll just give it a little squeeze like that, just to make everything flat, and carry on with some more. I want to give this a good, nice bit of binding just there. So again, get that on there and give it a cut. Boom. Just pop that there at the side. Now, you might need to, a couple of times, run your finger down. I tend to run it down while I've got this wire on, so I can pull it nice and straight, like that. That's perfect. Just make sure I'm not missing any comments. Not a problem, Steve-O, my brother. I hope you're keeping well. Frank Neal, Frank Neal, thanks for joining, my brother. I appreciate you all. There's quite a few people in tonight. I appreciate you guys. Really do. Appreciate you all, guys. Appreciate you all. Thanks for joining this episode. I'm hoping it's going to be not too much of a fuck up stream. Like I say, this coil that I'm attempting is not one that I've done before. So at the opposite end of the loop, which I've got here, I've binded it with wire. If Henry's gonna play ball, like I said, there, look, wire just there. And now I'm gonna hit it with some hot glue. Now, there's no right or wrong way to do this, but I'm going to put plenty on, and I'm not going to be using my flat chuck today. I'm just going to be using the normal chuck of the drill. If I use the flat chuck with this with loads of glue on, I'll probably end up smashing up the coil and stuff like that. Typical Link, thanks for joining. Oh, I appreciate that, Steve-O. I didn't even know that. I really do appreciate that, my brother. Thanks for the love. Typical Link, thanks for joining. Yeah, there's definitely some fiddling going on here. Thanks for joining, guys. I appreciate you all. So I'm just using a hot glue stick that goes in a hot glue gun. Only I'm not putting it in a gun. I'm just heating it up with a lighter. So I want a good, decent blob of glue on here, just so I can put it in the chuck of my drill, not the flat chuck that I normally use, and be able to crank down on that enough so that it'll hold it, not make any of the ribbon wire collapse, and I can have a bit of tension on it as well. So all I'm going to do, Cheryl, thanks for joining. I appreciate you. Thanks for joining. Hope you're keeping well, Cheryl. So I'm just going to heat up my hot glue there and give it a good dab on the end here. Like I say, there's no right or wrong way of how much glue to use. You just use whatever's comfortable for you. Now, for me doing this build, I am going to be using quite a bit. I want to get that out of the way. I am going to be using quite a bit because I want it to sit in the chuck of my drill. So that's the blob of glue that I've got on there. To help it bind a bit better, I'm going to heat it up again. And hopefully what that will do will go in between all the grooves of the ribbon wire and stuff like that and make it proper solid. Wait for that to cool down and go solid. When you're using hot glue with ribbon wire, the best thing I can tell you is to make sure it goes rock solid before you put it in the chuck of your drill. Because as soon as you put tension on it, you'll just pull it out. So you can blow it or blow some vapor on it. What was phrasing said? Yes, I am wearing shorts, my brother. Don't you worry, I'm not like that. Yeah, I am wearing shorts. Wouldn't that be brilliant though, eh? So yeah, like that. So I'm just going to give it a little nudge. It's still a bit wet, but I am going to put some more glue on that because I want extra glue on that. He always sees all. So yeah, it's obviously here in the UK we've had a bit of a heat wave. Past couple of days we've had rain, but it's been really muggy and humid. So I've got a fan under here that's going just there, also with the window open and everything. Boy, I'm even sweating now and it's even not that warm. True, 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 Steve. You know what? I probably, if it was one of those where you just saw my face all the time, I'd probably be a bit more comfortable. But you probably won't want to hear all that. You work from home. You get it. Just mind your camera angle. Yeah, that is true. Dead Node. No shorts is only for only vapes. Oh, you're UK too, are you? It's weird phrasing because you know when I see you on Nick's live streams, for some reason I always assume you're in the USA. So as you can see, that's dried perfectly now. It's gone sort of like all murky and stuff. So yeah, that is basically your piece there. I am going to put more on there. So that's me 6 pieces of ribbon wire folded in half to create a 12 stack. Now again, I'm going to put some more glue on. I want plenty of glue on there. Just for chuck. I mean, if I was putting frames on it and stuff like that, I won't put as much glue on here. I won't put as much glue on here, but because I have to basically put this ribbon wire in a chuck, I do need a good, nice blob. And again, I'm just going to quickly hit it with some heat just to make it all sort of unique. Well, not unique, just all round and stuff. And then let that dry off. Oh, do, yeah, true. True, Gemma. Licking Mex now the shorts. Like I say, you blame Tim. I think Tim posted in the group recently, so I'm glad to see he's all right. Oh, you're a posh bastard, are you? A lot of people say that I'm quite posh, but they say since I've met my wife, I've gone a bit non-posh. But a lot of people that meet me go, "Oh, you're right, posh, aren't you?" Me personally, I don't think I'm posh, but yeah, I'm gonna give that plenty of time to dry. So thanks for sticking with me, guys. But like I say, preparation is key for this build. It is very, very important. So that should be enough glue for now. So I want to make sure it goes just sort of like non-shiny and a bit murky. Still a bit soft, so I'll leave it there. Appreciate you all. Definitely Dead Node, he did. If you know, you know. Like I say, you have to be in the Faz's Coil group to obviously know all this. I haven't even put a link up in chat, which is what I'll do now to Faz's Coils. Even if you're not buying coils off me, it's a great group to be in. We have a good laugh. We share our setups, coil builds, and stuff like that. You know, it's not just for buying coils. It's Faz's WhatsApp group. So go join it. It's a great place to be. And like I say, it's not only for just buying coils. We have a good time in there, and you get a bit of behind the scenes footage, what I'm doing not on camera, that won't reach social media. Oh, Tim's here. I will take that, Tim. I did actually start it. You're right. So the reason why I've got zip ties on my pliers, I'll show you in a minute. Phrasing. So yeah, I posted a link to Faz's Coils there. Click it. Get yourself in the group. Like I say, we have a good time in there, and I'll also pin the message as well. So, where are we? Where are we? So, phrasing, the reason why I've got zip ties on my thing is this piece here. It keeps sliding down this rubber thingy just here. So, with me putting a couple of zip ties on there, it stops it from sliding. It does end up sliding, but it's not as much as the zip ties on. If the zip ties are not on, with a couple of pulls, it's closed. It slides all the way down. And I do that as well with my nylon pliers as well. Same thing happened. This arm slided, so I just put some zip ties so it would stay in that place a lot longer than me having to use these pliers to pull it back out and get it back into place all the time. So yeah, so I'll put a link to Faz's Coils WhatsApp group. Get yourself in there. If you want to, you're not obligated to do so if you want to, but it's a nice, fun place to be. Most of us probably in this chat is in the group, so yeah. So that is my, like I say, my 12 stack or 12 ply of ribbon wire, 0.3 ribbon wire, which I'm going to parafuse, then remove one of the wires, which will give you that staggered look, which is perfect. So that's all set up just there like that. I will put that away and try not to knock the camera at the same time. So now what I'm going to do is because I don't have, well, I do have 2 spools of 38. It's just I don't want to open another spool. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to pull 2 pieces out and stretch it slightly, and then I've got 2 pieces of wire to parafuse, which is what I'm going. Excuse me. Which is what I'm going to do now. Before I start setting up my drill and everything, just so I've got more room. So, boom. Trying not to get the camera angle too bad. You're not going to see the full angle, but basically you can see what I do here. Tim, you need caffeine? So everybody pay attention to Phrasing's comment. If you follow Phrasing, he's got a bit of a change there. If I was more on Discord Phrasing, I'd probably follow you. But I don't really use Discord, even though I am on Discord. But I don't really use it. Oh, did you? It was all nice stuff anyway, Tim. So with my 38 gauge, I'm just going to grab this piece with my pliers, and then I'm going to do a nice long piece here, probably as far as my arm will stretch, which is about there, and then I'm just going to give it a little tug like that, and then I'm just going to lay it flat. Get some make sure I don't mess it up in any way. Cut it off here. So I've got one piece there. Stretch nice and straight. And then I'm going to do exactly the same again. I'm just going to grab it, do about a nice wide arm's length, far as I can go, and then just give it a little pull like that, just to make it straight. And then cut that piece off there. So I've got two long pieces. Hopefully it'll be long enough for the amount of wire that I've got here. Hopefully. So one of these wires that I've pulled off here will get wasted because I will have to pull one off to create that stagger in the wire. So I need to be really careful now. So I'm just going to get that piece just there and just move that over there like that. Grab my second piece. And my eyes aren't great, so I can't see this piece of wire. Come on. So again, I've got my second piece here of wire that I straightened out, which I'm just going to move out the way for now, just while I get my drill and everything set up. So now that I've got my two pieces there that you can sort of see there, what road dogging a bill with no music. Yeah, it is a bit weird. I haven't even got that maybe set up to play music yet, Hungry Hippo. Is that something you guys would like? Maybe some background music or something while I'm doing my builds? Is that something you guys would like? Let me see if this app will give me anything off the bat. Oh. When creating a perfect live stream, it may affect the live quality. Do you want to continue? I don't know, what's that? No, that is crap. Can you guys hear that? Oh, no, I'm not. No, I'm not listening to music. If I'm on the live stream, I'm not. But if I'm not live streaming and I'm just building or working, Hungry Hippo, I tend to do have music on in the background, but not listening to music now, my brother. I do appreciate you as well, Hungry Hippo. Sometimes when I see other coil makers and stuff, I sometimes think to myself, it's a bit of a busman's holiday for you guys watching somebody else build when you do it as a business like myself. Shirts off in the pit. It will affect the live. Are you meaning the quality or just affect it because there's music in the background, Aussie Cup? So, This is what I use: a bench vise, swivels. Now I'm hoping to eventually get a proper swivel set up, actually, but we'll see how that goes. In the meantime, if you're building and you're just using normal fishing swivels, use good quality swivels. Don't use cheap ones, because then you're going to end up breaking them and you're going to end up spending more money. Now, I use these Cedra heavy duty dual rotating fishing swivels. They're really, really good, heavy duty. They spin both sides of the eye like that. So use good swivel, guys. And if you're using it against something, don't ever use one swivel. Use more than one swivel, just in case one fails, the other one picks it up. So that's the only thing I'll say about that. Yeah, that is true, Steve. It has to be... yeah, Aussie Cook, it's probably one of the reasons why I don't have music on, because I want everybody to be able to hear me well. But there's plenty of non-copyright, but that's probably one of the reasons why I don't have music on in the background, because I haven't sorted that side out yet to be able to find some decent, music to play. $404, yeah. Grim Green is in China with Bogan in at the moment, Sam. I appreciate that, 404. I appreciate you dropping in. Yeah, I can't wait to see that vlog come out as well. Definitely. So what I will say as well while I'm here, because I have forgot, I am going to welcome some of my new subscribers that just growing slowly but surely. So if you're in here and you just recently subscribed, I appreciate you all. If you're here and you haven't subscribed or not subscribed already, and you are liking the content, maybe consider subscribing, hitting that like button, and so forth and so forth. It does help the channel. But I still appreciate it. So drill, I normally use a flat chuck. So in this case, because I'm using ribbon wire, I'm not going to be using my flat chuck. Oh, that's on there tight. There we are. And that's off. There we are. So I'm taking my flat chuck out, because all that's going to do is for me anyway, it's going to damage my ribbon wire, which is not what I want it to do. Hence why I taking it out and just putting it in the truck and put plenty of hot glue on there. Ronnie, thanks for joining, my brother. I appreciate you. Definitely Frank Neal. Like I say, I appreciate you. Even if it's only tonight you come in and watch me, I still appreciate you all that is coming to watch. I really do. I mean, for me personally, if I had a choice between watching me and Sam or Nick, I'd probably choose Sam or Nick as well. So what I'm going to do is I am actually going to bring this over a little bit, because I'm only using a small bit of wire. So I'm just using a normal drill, a multi-speed drill. I did used to use a Daedalus Pro drill, but obviously with me starting to make coils and stuff like that, I needed a faster drill for decors and stuff and making staggers and stuff. So hence why, if you're thinking, oh well, I'm not using my Daedalus Pro, I use some clamps just to keep it clamped and level everywhere. and in place. I don't want it moving about. So I'll put one here on the base like that, or I try to, without moving it. So I do have some markings on here, just so I know my drill is parallel with my swivels. So we are getting there, guys. I know it's taking a bit of time, but we do get there. And then I just put one on here, just to clamp this front bit down to this little stool thing that I've got here, just so I've got everything eye level when I'm doing it. So what camera am I on, or which angle camera am I on? So when I need to get you in close, guys, I will get you in close and in more detail of what I'm doing, but this way you can see what I'm doing, and then when I need to get you in close, I will get you guys in close. I appreciate that, Frankie. I do appreciate it. It is fun. There's not many of us that still build coils on our live streams anymore, so that's one of the things I wanted to do a bit different. I appreciate that, 404. I do appreciate that. Thank you, my brother. Okay, Tim, we'll leave that with you and Gems. Haha. Yeah, that's true, Steve-O. Tuesday, I think he does the fiddle, doesn't he, on a Tuesday? Grim Green does. He does the fiddle, I think, on a Tuesday. So I do appreciate you if you do drop in after the fiddle. I appreciate anybody and all of you. But like I say, not many people do builds and stuff on their live streams no more. Hence why I wanted to do something a little bit different. So I put that through the hook of my swivel. Now I'm going to see. That's not over enough. So I'm just going to move this over. Move my bench over a bit. So as you can see, Nightbot is doing his normal rounds to my social media and stuff. Also to buy me a coffee if you wish to do so. The link is there. You're not obligated to do it, but it's nice, and it also keeps me behind the camera, and anything that is donated through that gets pumped straight back into the channel to bring you guys good content. So I want to make sure that that's as center as possible and as tight as possible without messing up that ribbon wire. So what I'm going to do is I'm just going to keep an eye on it. So what I'll do here, so I'm not going to get you in too close straight away. Get you about there, just so you can see what I'm doing. So the end that I've got the blob of glue on, or the big blob of glue on, I've got in the chuck. So now I want to do it as tight as I can without interfering with that wire, or interfering with the ribbon wire, should I say. So that's pretty tight in there. All the ribbon wire is still nice and straight. So I want to put a bit of tension on there. I don't want to put a lot of tension on here so that it pulls out of the drill. So I've got to be extremely careful of how tight that I put on, how tight I have it. Like that. So just need it a little bit more tighter. I want a bit of flex in there, but not too much. So as you can see, the tighter that I pull it, it takes that slack out of there. So let me get you in close like that. Get you a better view there. So there we are. Try and get some manual focus so it looks a bit better. Sorry if I'm missing any comments, guys. That's gone blurry. About there. Should be good for now. So as you can see, I've got my ribbon wire nice and stacked here. 12 pieces, or 6 pieces bent in half to make 12 pieces. Just gonna double check that. That's all right. So hence why I've done a nice big blob of glue. I'm able to tighten down on my chuck without bending these wires in any way, shape or form. Like that. Let me just have a quick check. Steve-O, yeah, I might start adding a bit of live mixing as well. For us in the UK, we've got that tax coming in October. So I've been stocking up on a bit of nicotine, VGPG. This month, hopefully, I'm going to get some one-shots and concentrates and stuff like that. Let me just keep an eye on this. Dead node, I really need... So yeah, dead node, the ones that I'm using are Cedra dual rotating ball bearing swivels. If you want, later on or tomorrow, I'll send you a link to where I got them off eBay, or the type that I've got, and they haven't failed me so far yet. They've been brilliant. That is true, Tim. A lot of it's AI now, and I don't. It's boring. It's really boring. So So the one that I'm doing now, Dead Node, is I'm doing one coil. And the reason why I'm doing one coil is I haven't practiced this build at all. It's my first attempt. And I wanted to do a single coil instead of doing a dual coil and wasting a whole load of wire if it does go tits up. But probably in future, if I was to do this and I'm good at it, I would do it in a long enough piece for me to get 2 coils out of it. But in this instance, I'm just doing it for 1 coil. No, I don't like it on the Slack. Dasmans, thanks for joining, my brother. I appreciate you. Yeah, Dead. Now, like I say, if I had time to practice this coil and all that, I probably would do a 2-piecer. But because this is the first time I'm doing it, and I'm doing it blind, so whatever happens is basically what happens, basically. So you guys are in for it for the same ride as me. So what's new to you is definitely new to me tonight. So now all I'm doing is, as you can see just off camera, I'm grabbing the 2 pieces of 38 gauge wire for the parafuse. I'm just going to get that sort of ready and into place. I want obviously both ends flush together. Like that. So I've just got this going on to the side of me, these two wires just here. So as you can see here, or sort of see here, I've got two pieces of 38 gauge that I pulled and stretched slightly to make straight. So like I say, with this build, there is waste in wire. One of these wires will be pulled out after, because I'm working with ribbon wire, not just one piece of round wire. I can't just use a spacing wire and space it. So that's another reason why I'm only doing one coil and not two coils. But yeah, 38 gauge, two pieces parallel together like that. And then we're going to parafuse it. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to get this mounted. I want to make sure that it is definitely side by side and parallel. I don't want it overlapping or anything like that. Also, as well, is obviously make sure that it spins freely in the swivels, which it does. So what I'm just going to do here is I'm just going to stick this in my drill like that, or I'm going to try to do it. See people do this online and then I can never do it. So just going to stick that through there, and that just pulls out. So there, I'm just going to run my finger down it. So all I'm going to do here is just get a piece wrapped around it. So I'm just going to pull you out for a second just for me to do this, guys. Like I say, it can be a bit fiddly. Take your time. And I'm struggling already. So let me just pull that out again. Pull that like that. So what I want to do is, or what I want to try and do is just get this without pulling any of the wire out of place, which is not what I want to do. So I'm just going to wrap this end round a couple of times, and this will just help lock in that wire, hopefully, like that. So what I want to do now is I want to make sure that there's no overlapping of that ribbon wire. So I'm just going to pinch that into place and then move it all the way to this side of the choke. So like I say, I'm doing this blind, guys, so it's probably not going to be perfect the first time that I do this, but like I say, we'll see how it goes. I don't want, like I say, any ribbon wire overlapping or anything. I want it to be nice and straight and not collapse on each other. I want to make sure that that wire is also parallel. And then make sure that the wire feeding up stays parallel as well. So I'm going to push that as far as I can. Run my fingers down. You want to definitely make sure that there's no overlapping. So check, double check, triple check everything to make sure it's good. Let me get you back in there. So now that I've locked it in, I've made sure that both wires are parallel. I'm sorry if I miss any of your comments at the moment, guys, because I'm just concentrating on this bit. So I'm making sure that they're both next to each other. I'm running my fingers down to keep them straight and parallel to each other. And then very, very carefully, I'm going to start claptoning it. Like I say, guys, first time doing this. So make sure that's nice and straight. And I'm going to get a few wraps going. So, as you can see there, I've got it going. I might need to put a little bit more tension on there. But basically, that's what you want to do. You want to parafuse. Take your time. What I'm also doing here is keeping the tension on the wire, that the wires that's feeding up is coming up to this stack nice and straight. So, is that a mistake? Nope. Or at least I don't think so. That is definitely not a mistake. So carry on going slow. So I have messed up just there. Reverse. So if you get obviously a situation like this, I'm just going to pull slightly, keeping it nice and straight. Let's have a look here. Keep that nice and straight. So that isn't going as I want it to. Is that nice and flat? That is flat. I wonder what a pinch of these nylon pliers might do. Just there. Will that flatten that out? I probably shouldn't have done that. So yeah, this isn't going to be perfect. So what I'm trying to see here, can you see that? Can you see that little mistake just there? Come on, get it there. That is a little mistake just there. That's probably going to make a difference. Right. So keeping stuff up, I'm not going to pinch, I'm just going to bunch those together slightly, just until I get past this mistake bit that I had to unwrap again. So even if it means me just stopping and just sliding that up again. No, that is not going to work. So let me chop that bit off. Just going to carefully lay this wire over me. So I'm going to take this off. I'm going to try and take it off. So what I want to do now is I just want to, if I can, without damaging the ribbon wire, preferably. So what I'm going to do is I'm just going to, without cutting the ribbon wire and having to start again, just going to do that. Might actually use that as a slider and then start again. Definitely not. Brian Morgan, thanks for joining, my brother. Appreciate you. Appreciate you. Appreciate everybody. So hopefully I've still got enough wire here to get going. Where's my tweezers? So I'm just so let's see if I can just get this mounted. Get this mounted again. Without messing up the ribbon wire. Come on. So I really don't make it easier for myself. So let me just move you out a bit because the camera's a bit too close. Trying to keep that ribbon wire as straight as possible. So again, I'm just going to shift that all the way up there. Give it a little pull. I want to make sure that those wires are parallel, which they are. Just going to slide them up a bit, making sure that this ribbon wire is nice and straight. Like I say, I'll leave that on, I'll use it as a slider. Right, let's try again, guys. Or I'll try again. So now I'm put the camera back, guys. I'm just carrying on because I got started. So just get this claptoned up, move that slider a bit, adjust that slightly. So just making sure that there's no faulting going on there, which I don't think it is. Right, something has happened. Hell yes. Right, again, I have messed up. Right. Has that messed up my ribbon wire? Not completely. So I will have to pull out some more wire, guys. Well, I hope not. I hope not. Aussie cut. No, that's fairly still tight there. I think what I might do is I might do the old keyring trick. So what I would normally do is if I'm doing like normal builds, I'd put a keyring on it, which is what I might do with this one, stick a keyring over it. So boom. Let's see if that makes it any better for me. And let's hope Aussie Cook's not right about it coming out of the hot glue. I'm hoping not. So let's try that. That seems sort of okay. Like that. So one of my tricks, if I have problems with it overlapping or anything, I use a key ring. So let's try that. So I need to pull another 2 pieces of 36 gauge out. So I don't need to tell you how to straighten wire or pull wire. I'm just going to do it. But basically, like I did before, I'm just going to get 2 pieces. About a good arm's width. Give it a little stretch. And then I'm just going to let it go. Put it over my legs. And cut that piece off. And then I'm just going to do one exactly the same. I'm just going to pull about a good arm's length and then just give it a little tug. Then lay that just against there like that. And cut that off. So the first one was a lot better with the stretch. With the other one I let go of it a bit. But it shouldn't make a difference. As long as I can get a good parallel coil going. A parallel fuse going. So I'm just going to grab one end of one piece of wire and then the other piece of wire. Like that. So I know it's silent, guys. I do appreciate it. And like I say, maybe a coil that I've never done before wasn't the best idea. But I will persevere. I'm not one to give up. Straight away. So I'm going to again just secure this wire down very carefully. So this is the thing right there. There we are. There we are. Get that sort of locked in like that. That's good. So I might have to do this like I would do sort of like an alien. I'll do a bit using the key ring and then carry on. And maybe try not to put so much tension on as well as I've been doing. So like that, just to keep everything from overlapping. Let's try again. Stop that. Just slide that over a slight. Carry on. So by any means, this coil will most definitely not be the most perfect build, because obviously I haven't been able to practice it. But yeah, that seems to be working a little bit. Get going again. There we are. Pull this over slightly. I might get that going just there. Positioned. Let's go. There we are. So far so good. Keep going. That's good. Just going to slide that over. Just my hand just slightly. Carry on. Slide this over a bit more. Carry on. So far so good. Sorry I keep hitting the camera, guys. I really don't mean to do that. So again, just going to get going. Pull it over a bit. There we are. This is proper intense for me, guys. Did I make a mistake there? No. Carry on. There we are. Now I'm getting to the end of this wire just here. I apologize, guys, that I didn't get you back in close again. Yeah, Steve, I do want a foot pedal. It's just the price of the foot pedal. There we are. Anthony Ramella's, yeah, I've got them on. So here's a little tiny better view of what I've been doing. So I'm just going to move that along slightly. Now, because I'm getting to the end of this bit of wire, I want to just adjust it slightly, but I want to make sure as well that they are still parallel. So I'm going to move that up just a little bit more. So is that definitely parallel? Soon find out. Or I'm hoping that it doesn't mess up on me. Right. What's happened there? Right, that's messed up on me right at the last minute. I don't think, unless I'm really, really lucky, which I probably won't be. Can I do that by hand? No. Right. Yeah, I went and overlapped on myself. Now, I don't think I'm going to be able to recover from this if I'm lucky. If I do it by hand, will that help me? Soon find out anyway. Don't you dare come loose. So I'm not going to recover from that, which is not a problem. Let me have a quick look of how much I've got here, which is not a lot, but still not bad. Right. So what I'm going to do with this wire is I want to outside wire. I want to cut flush. So I want to leave the inside wire. So the outside wire that's closer to the swivel, I'm going to cut flush like that. Oh, there is a way. There's coil makers of stuff like that do a contraption that goes around your trigger just there. That's attached to a couple of wires, and then obviously when you press your pedal, it pulls from a wire. It pulls the trigger. Right. So now that I've got this piece here, which won't be perfect, but more or less all right to make a coil for a first time. As you can see, parafused just there, not too bad at all. I do feel as if there is a few mistakes on there, but only time will tell. So what I'm going to do now is with the inner wire that I've left long just here, like that, this is what I'm going to reverse my drill and take off. Now, this is the part of it where this wire will be wasted, but it will give you that stagger look on the wire. So, reverse the drill, and then very, very carefully pull that wire off. very, very carefully. And then I will get you in close as well so you can see this. Keeping it taut enough. Very, very carefully. That's actually not quite bad, to be fair. Then when I get more or less to the end here is where I'll chop this off. Like that. I want to keep that locked in there. I'm just going to lock in that end just there. So there is now your staggered staple. So, let's get focused in here and hopefully you can get a better look at it. Come on. So as you can see, not perfect by any means, but there is a stagger there. There is a stagger there, going all the way around, like so. As you can see just there, there's a slight bigger gap in the stagger. And just let me have a look on here, which is good. So there we are. So on the camera, it does look a bit wavy, but it's not wavy in all the places just there. Yeah, same. Yeah, it'll work exactly the same way, 404. It'll work exactly the same way. So, Stephen, are you saying I'd vape that for this coil? Yeah, you could vape that if you wanted, but we're not finished yet. So that is your staggered staple, just there like that. Right, let's get on to the next stage of the build. And if I can get you in, guys, straight, like that. Boy, that was stressful. Come on, Henry. There we are. So now I've got my piece of staggered just there like that. Perfect. So I'm just going to carefully pull that off like that. I'm hoping, like Aussie Cook says, I'm not pulling this wire out, which I'm hope I'm not. So I'm just going to make some room here now so I can set up another 3 pieces of ribbon wire to frame this piece of wire just here. So I am going to release it from the chuck first. Obviously being extremely careful with this piece of wire now. The more you handle it, the more chances you are of messing up the spacing. So I'm trying to be very, very careful. So yeah, not too bad, not too bad. We'll see how that goes. Now, I think Aussie Cook was right a little bit about it sliding out the glue. So what I'm just going to do is I'm just going to refresh it and melt it again. So I am just going to right, without burning myself. That's just dropped off. Maybe heated it up just a little bit too much. So it has dropped on my desk. Let's get that going. So I did drop a bit there. I did heat it up too high, but I will get some more glue on there. Like I say, stressful, or it can be stressful because I haven't done it before. Cheers, guys. Appreciate you all that are still here, still watching this build. Just let that dry off a bit. So I'm hoping I do get somewhat of a coil off here, so it should be alright. Should be good. Like I say, as long as I haven't messed up the spacing. And that was more or less a dry hit there. Let's get some juice on there. Let's get some juice in there. So, just so I won't forget, I'm just going to get some more glue on here. Because I don't want just a little bit of extra glue be what is needed. So get another nice blob on there. Nice little blob there, another little blob. Give that chance. $4.04. Danny, it's going too well. I've got the centerpiece done, which is the... Come on, Henry. Which is the staggered staple Clapton, which is the middle part just there. 404. I appreciate it. It's the Bonza Pro Mech and the Early Bird Turnstone 30mm on there. 21,700. I do have the stack section to this as well. One of my newer devices. I am a retro vape channel, so I normally have retro stuff on here. But yeah, it's one of my new setups. So boom, bit more juice in there. It's probably too much juice, but I'll let that soak in. Oh, soak in. Yeah, this one that I built wasn't my bestest build. Definitely, Danny, I will definitely send you some pictures. Yeah, I built this absolutely shit. So I'm just going to make sure that is dry, which it is. It's nice and rock solid. I want to make sure now that I don't agitate those spacings in any way. Right, let's get on to the next stage, which is setting up another 3 pieces of wire to obviously go around them, or to frame them, should I say, frame them and then fuse them together. So we'll see how that goes. Like I say, very intricate build. Just change my lens up a bit. So let's have a quick look at that. So yeah, not too bad, not too bad. Right, ribbon wire. Again, like I said, I'm going to need another 3 pieces, around about the same width and length, which I'm going to do 25 centimeters to be able to fold it in half. And now that I'm sort of not scared to stretch on the spool, I'll stretch it on the spool. Or again, try and stretch it on the spool. If I can get it right. Just want to give it a little tug just to straighten it out. So again, like I say, I want about 25 centimeters roughly. So 1 piece just there. Make sure I'm gripping this right so it doesn't fall out. Another piece, 25. Give that a little tug. and 25 again there, and another piece. So this is the fun about vaping as well, or building, should I say, is experiencing new coils, building new coils, testing your skills and stuff like that. I do like a bit of a challenge. I probably would have done better with a bit more practice to be able to deliver a better experience. But we're in this together, guys. We're in this together. So, boom. Just going to lock that off. Sorry as well if I'm missing anything. I did say I like a challenge, you're right. Oh, the 404? The black and pick isn't it's a default colour now. Wow. Danny, yeah, I did say I did like a challenge. Yeah, probably, definitely. Yeah, the splatter ones have come out as well. Yeah, they look quite nice, them. The splatter ones. Hell yeah. So again, guys, I'm going to get these stacked the same way as I stacked the other ones. Just take your time. They will eventually fall into place. And get stacked. You just got to be patient, take your time. Like that. Once you get them all stacked and in place, you're good. Run your finger down just to make sure. Like that. And then again at this end, I'm going to level it all off with the pieces that I was holding with the pliers. Just cut them nice and flush. And as you can see, I am using scissors. Scissors, you just get a nice cleaner cut compared to using a pair of pliers. You just get a better cut, or a cleaner cut, should I say. So get them bent and swiveled round like I showed you there, like that. And then I want to gently just push that up like that. Make sure everything's in place as it should be. All level. Like that. Bring it together. And then create a loop in this. You want it big enough to be able to slide over that staggered bit just there. So I am creating a loop in there, just not much of a loop. There we are. So that's all parallel. So what I'm going to do now is I'm going to very carefully add this and marry it together. Try and move that piece that I said I was using as spacing wire. So get that around there and flush like that. Being very careful not to just slide your hands down there. It's very easy to do. I've done it many a times when making a coil. I've slid my fingers down and then thought, why have you just done that? So again, a bit of binding wire just to bind these together. Go into my scraps here. So into my scraps, I've got that going around there, like that. Making sure everything's nice and parallel and as it should be. Again, I'm using 0.3 ribbon, which is the same as the cores on the stagger. And boom, just bind these together nice and tight. Sorry if I'm out of camera, guys. I just want to get this perfect, nice and tight, or as perfect as I can get it, should I say. As perfect as I can. And I'm just putting extra on here. Boom. Pull it tight. And then just cut that off into that. So basically that's what it's going to look like roughly. It's just some stacked ribbon wires like that. Until you get to this side. And the best way I can say to get these to sit right is to run your fingers down as much as you can until you get to the staggered, and then very carefully, very carefully get them to sit either side. And I'm having issues here because of that hot glue. Come on. There we are. So I have messed up my ribbon wire just a little bit, which will make this build a bit interesting. No, don't do that. So I'm just trying to get this parallel without running my fingers down the wire, but getting it close enough that it's sitting either side of this wire, which I keep running into issues here. Come on. Okay. I really hope I haven't messed up those spacings. Right. Let's chop you flush. Just there. And let's chop you flush about there. Right. Let's try again. An extremely fiddly build. And because I have messed up my ribbon wire a little bit, so what I'm doing is making sure that this is all parallel and slowly moving my fingers down, not sliding them, just to get this all situated more or less where it should be without messing up the spacing. To that wire, which I have. Nice one, Fez. Scrap. Sorry guys that I'm not saying anything. I'm just trying to get these wires situated. Try and not make this a complete bust. So yeah, I am struggling guys a bit here. And again, I'm sorry I'm not saying anything guys. But we're soon going to find out. Yeah. So as you can see, the problem that I'm having here is just here. So what I'm struggling with is keeping it all level and together. Come on. So I'm all right here. Soon as I get down to here, everything starts folding. And that is due to that end bending like that. So what will happen if I do that? Let me get a bit of that. Get them together. And let's see if I can do the same with them, just to keep them together. That might have worked. Right, we'll see how we get on with that. Yeah, that's not working. So this is probably not going to be the best. I can tell straight away, even with the spacing. I might have some issues. But like I say, we'll see how it goes. We'll see how it goes. So flatten that out. As long as I can get going with them flat, should be good. Should be good. Never say ever, as they say. Like that. Yeah, that's worked. How well, I have no idea. So we'll see how that goes. Anyway, guys, this is where I'm at. I'm not going to fiddle too much. There's plenty of you here. Gaming Vapor, thanks for joining if you're still here. But yeah, as you can see there, not the best. But we'll go with what we can and hope for the best. So, let's get mounted up and go from there, see how we go. So, I'm going to thread this through my loop of my swivel. Boom. And then I'm going to very, very carefully slide that into my chuck again. This is not going to be great because it's not center. But I'll take what I can at this current time. So like I say, we'll see how this goes. I really don't know how this is going to pan out because of the way this ribbon wire is bowed. And the reason that's happened is when I was doing it, I bent it at the where the hot glue was. So I'm just going to get that as tight as I can. So as you can see, there is a bow in there. There's nothing I can do with that without messing it up even more. But hopefully as I move along and start fusing, that bow end will move to the end just there. That's what I'm hoping. It's probably what happens when I decide to do a coil I've never done before. So, like I say, hoping as I start fusing that bow will start moving down is what I'm hoping. Right. Right. Stressful, stressful, stressful. Like I say, I appreciate all of you that are still here. Mr. Intense, I can't use a keyring because my center core is thicker than my outside frames. So if I do put a keyring on there, it's just going to mess up the spacing of the middle wire. If I was using a wider piece of ribbon on the outside of these, so maybe a 0.5 rather than a 0.3, it should cover that for me to put a keyring on there. But as it stands now, I cannot put a keyring because the pieces of ribbon wire that are on the frame are thinner than the middle one. The middle one is slightly higher because of the fuse. So when I fuse round this, it'll come complete and more or less level. Oh, I'm hoping so, is what I'm hoping. Whether it's a good coil or a bad coil, it's definitely going to be a coil of some sort. And I'm trying not to thingy the wire. And plus, I haven't been able to start right at the end. So I've got to figure out now how to get this threaded. Sorry guys, I keep doing that. So I've got that locked in, more or less. So I'm hoping when I do start fusing, I might use my nylon pliers just to give it a little pinch. So what I'm going to do first is to establish a groove, or hopefully a groove. So let me crimp that, because by the looks of it, it's not going to fall into that groove. So yeah, not perfect by any means. That's more of a Clapton just there. So I am going to crimp this side, just this side here, to hopefully straighten those coils out. Am I not in focus again? There we are. So as you can see, sort of there, I've got a bit of a issue there. So because I've unraveled here slightly, I'm just going to, boom, get it going right direction. Yeah. Yeah. So I am getting some overlapping. Press that. So it's not too bad. It's absolutely crap just there. You just want to get a nice or try and get in that groove. Do a couple of wraps, and then I'm just going to pinch it at this side. Just to straighten it up. Carry on. Not a problem, my brother. Not a problem, Gaming Vapor. What I can't see as well is if they're staying nice and flush. Yeah, definitely not my best build. Ah, not perfect by any means. And to be fair, these frames I think have collapsed as well. See how that goes. Yes, Aussie Cook, I probably could do that. But I'm hoping for the best now. Right, guys. This build is a total bust. And what I don't want to do is waste any more wire. And that is down to me, not down to the wire. Plain and simple, sloppy prep work. So like I say, it's probably not the best idea, me trying to do a coil build that I haven't done. So probably, yeah, I could have done that Aussie cut, glued them separately. Oh, these flipping things. Glue them separately. But no, I didn't do that. And I have messed it up, especially with the prep work. What I should have done is when I realised I'd done that, I should have done another piece of ribbon wire. But I didn't, and unfortunately that's the name of the game. And if I'd have been able to practice it more, it'd probably come out a lot better than what it has. But like I say, I'm not going to waste any more wire with this build. Unfortunately, Gaming Vapor, I cannot recover from this one. And for me to be able to recover, I'd have to start all over again. And I'm already 3 hours into my live stream. So, yeah, I'd already messed up here. So, where are we? Come on, Henry. So, as I got to there, the ribbon started folding, but even my spacing wasn't on point for it to fall just in there. Come on, Henry. Like that. But that's not a bad first attempt, to be fair. A bit more practice will do the job. I just have to practice. Like I say, I went into this blind. And as you can see there, spacing's not correct. I've overlapped. Come on, Henry. Like that. So this section just here seems good. What I started off with just there. Not so good on that side, but you do get a side that's good and a side that isn't. So for this particular build, I'm going to leave it there. Doesn't mean though that I can't still do a build. So I can still do a build. It's just a matter of which build to do now. Because obviously, yes, I could start again and do it again. But because I haven't had more practice with it, because I haven't had much practice with it, come on, Henry. I'm not prepared to waste any more wire like that. Yeah, most definitely, Mr. Intense. I mean, I'm a builder that will show my mistakes. So look out for this. I might post this on Coil Wars on Facebook just to show my first attempt. Because it's not all about getting it right the first time. That's the beauty of building coils and stuff. It doesn't always go right. And like I said, it was probably a bit of a risk doing it where I haven't practiced. But yeah, it's just the way it goes. So, like I say, I'm not going to end it there. I will do a build. Just a matter of which build now. Because I was going to build up on something old school. So why don't I Steve OCD? No. I can't think it because I've messed up the spacing on the middle staggered. And like I said, I don't want to be wasting too much wire. Now, if I'd have practiced it more and I messed up, maybe, yeah, I would have attempted it again. But like I say, I do not want to risk just wasting any more wire on camera as well, because I'll probably waste more wire on camera because obviously I've got you guys watching me and stuff. But obviously when I'm not on camera, I'll probably do better. Or next variant I will do is with a slightly thicker wire as well, just to get used to it. Oh, come on, Faz, come on. Oh. Come on, Faz, come on. Oh, you know what, guys? Fuck it. I'll use a thicker ribbon wire. So I'll use a 0.5 instead of a 0.3. Yeah, I'm not going to give up. I don't know how long the stream's going to be, but yeah, go on then. Let's get going again. So I'll make the same variant, and we'll go from there. I'll use 0.4 and 36 gauge because I know it's a lot thicker. So it might help with that a little bit. So yeah, go on then. Let's get going again. Yeah, go on then. So I'm going to use a 0.5 instead of a 0.3. Might be slightly easier, maybe. But yeah, go on then. I'm not gonna give up. So again, I'm gonna do about the same amount. Give it a little tug. $25. That. So again, another 6 pieces of this. Oh, come on. Get another piece of 25. Which is, I think, is about that. There's another piece. About 25. Give it a little tug. So I can't really tell people to keep going and not keep going myself. So we'll see how that goes. I want to give it a little tug. $25, so that's 1, 2, 3. Come on, 4. So this 0.5 as well is slightly harder to stretch on the spool. But we'll see how that goes. Let's get this measured up. $25 again. 1, 2, 3, 4, and another one. So again, just a little tug. Should do nicely. Not too bad, not too bad. And another piece just there. Boom. Appreciate that, Dead Node, my brother. Right, so 6 pieces of ribbon wire again. I want to make them all level one side, get them all stacked. Get them all level. Run my finger down. So I want to cut that flush. Which isn't too bad. Keeping everything nice and together. Making sure they're all stacked and not sitting on its side. Run my fingers down. Perfect. And again, I want to run my fingers down. Come on, ribbon wire. So this does not want to stack for me. There we are. Is that stacked? No, it isn't. Come on, stack. So this ribbon wire is a lot thicker, so that might be a good little advantage just there. Which doesn't seem to be a good advantage at the moment. Bend them, get them into place. Sorry you can't see me, guys, preparing this, but it's basically the same method as I was doing before. Getting them all stacked and together. Let me get you there so you can see when I'm going off camera. So I'm just going to nudge them together, keeping them stacked and together. Oh, let's get going again. So, piece of scrap wire. Like that. Pinch them together. I want this nice and tight. Like that. Make sure that's flat, which it is. Get that flat. I am going to go around just a couple of more times, just to be safe. Get it flatten out like that. Give that a chop. So same concept as last time, get them stacked, get them pinched, get them together, run my finger down, getting them all level again. Like that. Another piece of scrap wire. And then this chuck side, I will be using hot glue. And again, I'm going to do the same. I'm just going to use some wire to bind it. I'm going to make sure they're all flat and next to each other, which they are. Carry on with a few more wraps, just to be safe. And then, boom. Give it a little flatten again. Run my fingers down just to make sure it's all parallel, which is there. Have I got enough wire? I should have enough wire. Simon, thanks for joining, my brother. I appreciate you dropping in. So I messed up the first build, so I'm doing it again. It is a difficult build, Simon, but I'm using thicker wire just to see if it makes a difference, because I haven't practiced this or even attempted it. So again, I'm just going to hot glue the end that's going to go into the chuck. And I want plenty on this end as well. I want a nice big blob. I've got a nice big blob on there. And like I did before, I am going to hit it with some heat. Just to make sure that it's all in those grooves of wire. So I don't get any problems with the chuck. Blow it with some vapor to cool it down. And like I say, best advice I can give you on ribbon wire is let the glue dry completely before you put it in your chuck. Otherwise, it can slip out. Wow. Borderline dry hit there. Let's get some juice in there. Let's get going. Have a drink. Cheers. Boom. So I'm just going to let that rest there. That's that piece done. I'm going to use 36 gauge for my parafuse. And hopefully I will not have an issue this time around. So same as I did before, I'm just going to get two nice pieces stretched out for me to parafuse. So again, I'm just going to do about one of my arm lengths and give it a little tug. And I'm just going to let it fall across my legs. It's probably the easiest way I can do it myself. And again, just a nice arm's length, a little tug so it's straight, and then put it across my legs like that. So second piece now, cut off. Let me just thingy it down. I don't mind with the 36 gauge because I do have plenty of spools of 36 gauge because it's a common combination of builds that I do when I sell. So again, get this stacked piece of ribbon into my swivel like that. So I'm putting it into my swivel first. Will that reach there? Put a bit of tautness on there. So get it into the center of your chuck the best you can. But don't screw it down to the point where right, something's gone wrong here. Just a slight bow in there. But let's get this tightened down as much as I can. Which I'm going to leave it there. Let's get this sort of in line. That should work. I am going to use a keyring again. So that bowing could be caused by it might be coming out of the hot glue. Like I said, it's one of the things it could be doing. But hopefully with the keyring, that'll help me a bit. Right. So as you can see, again, I've got a piece of bowing just there. Hopefully that will come out as I fuse, or close enough as I fuse, just like that. Right. Let's get this parallel wrap wire situated. So ready for the parafuse. So as parallel and as close as you can get it. So I am gonna, I was gonna try and whack it in there. No, don't do that. Oh, don't let go of that. So the first bit I'm just going to wrap manually, just to get it locked in. Get that down there. So with my nylon pliers, I'm just going to shift that up as best as I can, making sure that this is parallel. Right guys, let's have a go, another go. we are. Move that along a little bit. Get going again. There we are. Get going again. There we are. Get going. Move along again. Move that across. Get going again. There we are. So slightly a bit faster this time around. Move that across a bit. Again, get going. Again, move up. Get going again. So can I just shimmy that up there? That's good. So I just need to adjust my hand slightly because I'm getting to the end. Move along. And again, just going to adjust my hand slightly. And there we are. Can I get in between that wire? I want to get in between that wire because it's thingied up just slightly. There we are. So again, the wire furthest to the swivel, I'm going to chop flush. There we are. And then so what I might do is just give this just a little, no, it's not going to make a difference. Well, let's just hope I haven't messed it up there anyway. But, right, with the piece of wire that is closest to the drill is what I'm going to unwrap. So I'm just going to grab it with a pair of pliers, reverse my drill. is release that wire from there. Oh, shouldn't have done that. Nice one, Faz. Don't do this. So I'm getting to the end now here. And then I'm just going to cut this flush again with this wire. So I think I've got a good stagger going on there. Sorry if I'm missing your comments, guys. Appreciate you, Mr. Intense, for all the work that you do on these lives. I appreciate you, my brother. So, just a quick look, because I don't know obviously what this is going to ohm out to. So boom, right. So now that I've got that Claptoned, so release from the chuck first. There we are. That seemed to have done its job. So there again, we've got a 12 ply ribbon staggered just there. Right, well, let's get these frames set up again. Some more frames. Let me just quickly measure what I've got here. So 11. So if I instead of doing 25, I measure out 22. I shouldn't have no problems at this end. Lovely bit of juice that. Don't know if anybody's tried Dark Star or the Lobotomy. It's probably the nicest fruit juice that I've tried from them. Right. Ribbon. So same concept. I'm going to need another 3 pieces, and then I'll fold them out on the outside of them. Cut that flush. And like I said, about 22 should be long enough to get round there. Give it a little tug. And then, without hitting myself in the face, so again, 22 should be good. 22 centimeters. Or 8 inches, round about there, just over 8 inches if you measure in inches. $22. Again, snip that off. And then another piece should do it. Or should give me what I need. Give that a little tug, just so it's straight. Not that. Scissors again. So if you're wondering why I use scissors instead of pliers to cut this ribbon wire, you just get a cleaner cut from it. So let's get these stacked up, same way as I stacked them up before, only with 3 pieces. Make sure they're stacked. Level one end, I'm going to run my finger down. Get to this end. Make sure these are all flush and straight. Get rid of those stupid bits at the end. And again, just get these stacked. Try not to be too fiddly with them. Run my fingers up. Make sure everything is straight. And then give it a bend. And again, same concept. Just, you don't want it bent too much. You want to be able to put that. You want to be able to put that in between. So I am going to dip my finger in this and hopefully make this just a little bit better. And hopefully this won't be a fucker to get together again. and get that together. And again, the reason why I'm not going into too much detail with this part is because you see me do it with the other one. But I'm basically doing the same thing. Getting those frames around there like that. Bind it. Or try and bind it with a piece of wire. Or scrap wire. Just so that everything's together and tight. So again, I'm just going to put plenty of wraps around this, giving it a pull. Perfect. Perfect. Give it a little pinch just there like that. And I will go around a few more times. There we are. Perfect. Well, I'm saying perfect. I hope it's perfect. There we are. Just pop that there. And again, I'm just going to flatten it like that. And then I'm going to do the same with them. Make sure they're all flat. So again, getting those frames around there. And then hopefully, if I am careful enough, yeah, that's a lot better this time around. And again, I'm going to use a piece of wire just to or I'm going to try. Just need to get that first wrap around there like that, just to get them together. And again, I'm going to take advantage of that and just give it a little pinch, just to keep it all together. And give that a pinch. Yeah. So this preparation is a little bit better this time around. Come on, Henry. So as you can see there, so I should be okay for some sort of coil out of this, which is a lot better. So again, without messing up like I did before, I'm just going to heat this up just so it can move down a bit. I am going to put an extra blob on there. So I'm just going to lay that there. Need to change this battery out. Charge. Yes, that was low. What was that? A lot better. So like I say, I am going to add some more. Put a little bit more on there. That should do good. Like I say, I want a nice blob on there for the chuck. Excuse me. So I'm going to give that time just to cool down. I don't want to jump the gun with it. So so thanks you all guys for still being here. I just need to adjust my seat a bit. Oh, there we are. Still a bit wet. Have a drink, guys. Like I say, I want to keep this going. Thanks for being here, guys, again. Good to see you all chatting. You've got no Lidl in New Zealand, Tim? Make sure my mic's still going. It is. Yeah, that's rock solid now. Perfect. Right. Let's get it set up for the final wrap, and hopefully this will work out this time. Excuse me. that a white. Right. Let's get going. Open that up. Get this into my swivel. And let's get this into the chuck. I want that a little bit more in there. That's too far in there. So I'm just going to pull that taut just a little bit. So I can't really hurt that end much now. So I want to get that in nice and tight. Pull this taut. Okay. Come on. So again, I do have a bit of bow in there. Hopefully won't make much of a difference. But let's try. I've got that just like that. Where's the 36 gauge? So let's get in there. Let me just get that in there. Yeah. Just lock that in. And now this is starting to mess up on me. And I don't know why. Come on. Do I need to pull this slightly? That might help a bit. So let's see if I can get some wraps situated first. Obviously I want to be able to get that in that groove. So, where is my drip tip that I normally use? I normally use this just to put in the center of my spool, just so it runs a bit better. Right, first couple of wraps, not bad. No. So again, it's not going great. So I'm trying to get into those grooves. Right. So I know you guys can't see what I'm doing, but so far I've got a little section here. If I do it slowly. Oh, spoke too soon. So now that I've got going just a little bit, I'll get you in close. The first part is not good. The second part seems to be going all right, but that can mess up in no time whatsoever. So let me get you zoomed in. There we are. So this little section just here seems to be going all right. Let's see if I can keep that going. I've got a slight slant to it. I'm going to move that over just a smidgen. There we are. Right. So got a slight bit of overlap there. So what I'll do this end is just give it a pinch. And that one doesn't want to play ball. There we are. Yeah. Can't see. Oh, why did that have to do that? Yeah, slowly messing up just here. So yeah, not perfect. Yeah. Come on, just one vapable coil. Even if it's absolutely shit. Just give that a pinch. So not perfect, a little bit better than last one. So appreciate it, even though I'm not talking, guys. I appreciate you all. So that one's skipped. Oh, no, it hasn't skipped. I thought it skipped. That's better. Without skipping one. See if I can recover from that. Come on. So we're nearly getting to the end of this piece, guys. Like I say, it's not going to be perfect. Suppose it's better than my first attempt, even though this one's absolutely shit. Right, that's the end of that piece. I could have stopped, guys, but what can I say? It's a much difficult build than what I was expecting, but nevertheless, it is a build. So as you can see, that is not perfect by any means. But hey, just gonna give this a quick flatten down. I think with a bit more practice, I'll just stay in my lane, I suppose. So yeah, not the perfect build whatsoever, but a build in any case. Plus, I think I've wasted enough of your lot's time as well. So anyway, let me get this chopped off there like that. Let's get this bit chopped off there like that. I have got about 7. It should be good for a little dinky coil. So yeah. So like I say, not perfect. Come on, Henry. Not perfect, but a build nevertheless. Let's see how that goes. I bet as well with that 0.5 it is going to be a bit of a fucker to wrap as well. But let's see. What a stream, guys. What a stream. Now. Right. Oh, what are you saying? My phone's bloody plugged in. Oh. Right, okay. Right, let's get some stuff out of the way, guys, because the battery on my phone is running out, and it is plugged in, but for some reason it's not charging it. Oh yeah, come on. And I want to at least get this coil in there. And at least experience what this coil might taste like if I'd have done it properly. But that is a right little stick there. So what shall I put it in? Right, let me see how many wraps I can get out of it. I did want to put it in the Goblin Mini V3, but I don't know how that's going to work. Right, let's try that then. We'll try it. Don't be losing O-rings. No, restricted direct lung, Tim MZ. It's the Goblin Mini V3. It's a flavour banger from back in the day. Way back in the day. So this is the V3, so it did come. Let me get you positioned a bit better. So this is the Goblin Mini V3. So this did come with two types of posts. It came with this single coil post and then a dual coil post as well. Velocity style deck, same concept. But yeah. Where are we? Don't start falling everywhere. Is that the right size? No, it isn't. Is that the right size? Yes, it is. So let me get just this set up. I don't know if this is going to work in this or even fit in this one, but we'll see how that goes. So I'll get it on the building mod. Oh, right, okay. So, let me just have a quick look, because this will take both 2.5 and 3mm. Yeah, definitely go for 3mm. So I've never made this coil before, so I don't know what it's going to ohm out at. So let's try. I'm going to start with 3 wraps and see what it's like for the posts. So ribbon wire, it will need to be wrapped very slowly. You want to be sort of slightly on an angle. You don't want to be straight. But yeah, wow. Yeah. This is going to be... Oh, don't you dare do that to me. Yeah. Nice one, Faz. Yeah, and this doesn't want to wrap. After all that. Ha. Yeah, that's not going to work, guys. Yeah, it's just all collapsed on the inside. So I've just messed up this piece of wire. Nice one. Ah. Not good, not good, not good. I don't know what to do now, guys. What to do, what to do, what to do. That didn't work out at all. Right. What to do, what to do, what to do. Right. Don't you dare. Getting warnings off my phone. I thought this was bloody charged. It hasn't charged. Be quiet. Right. Complete flop with that coil build as well. And yeah. Blah, 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 blah. What to do, what to do, what to do. Now that probably would have been better, probably because it's a thinner wire. But yeah, guys. Yes, this is definitely. I don't even know if this could be classed as a dangle clack or just a plain old fuck up. Hasn't gone to plan at all. I don't know if it's been entertaining or anything, because yeah, big fuck up, big time. And my phone's messing around. Oh, well, I've had many shows where I've messed up, but not as royally as this one, Mr. Intense. Don't you dare. Right.